Hey, good morning, everybody. Just taking care of a few things. Happy Monday, happy Monday. Kitty is awake. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We're going to start 5 to 10 minutes late this morning, later than usual. Looking at 9:05 for our start. Hey, good morning, everybody. We'll be starting in 2 minutes here. And we're live. Hello. Coming at you 6:09 a.m. West Coast, USA. How are we all doing today? Let's get some hype in the chat. It's a big day. Monday morning after a long weekend. Doing some last minute things here. I am also planning to make a little trade again this morning, so we're just gonna take our time. appreciate all the support, guys. Thanks a lot. Got our second cup of coffee brewing right here. And focus on the charts. I'll go ahead and pull up the pre-market prices in just a second. Cool, glad you're enjoying the music. Denwo's rocking out in real life. I find that chill music can help with my technical analysis, as a matter of fact. Cool. Alright. Pretty much good to go here on my end. Got about 17 minutes till opening. Like I said, I'll be making 1 or 2 small trades when the market's open. You've been seeing me do some trading on the live streams lately. Just because Denwo's been doubling down. I've been accumulating these dips. I have no problem with the prices going down lately. I've been planning for it strategically from the very beginning. And when I'm making trades, I'm not selling, okay? I'm not making quick day trades. I'm not making quick flips for 5%. I'm talking big moves here. I've really only been essentially accumulating and entering long on more positions at this point. I'm not concerned with the little intraday movements here. It's a big movement. It's 15% roughly decline last week, but I'm not even concerned with that. From the $5 entry, it's still up quite a bit. Over 75% profits from $5 entries still. Cool, so I'm gonna load a couple more charts now. Is there a long-term AMC chart? Or daily/weekly? It's also our GameStop chart, our day trading chart. Our US dollar index chart, check it out real quick. Slight rejection off here currently. That's a very good sign for our Wall Street bet plays early this week. If this continues to decline today, I expect share prices to rise in general on some of these plays we've been charting. Our day trading, or our weekly, daily chart, I should say, for GameStop now. Our simplistic GameStop chart right here. The gigantic magic wedges at play. Okay, so we have our long-term AMC chart, our daily AMC chart, long-term GME chart, daily GME chart. I will also pull up some of our other assets, like our CCIV chart. Cool. Good to go on our charts for the day. I'm happy to pull out a few other assets as well throughout the day, depending on what's popular in the chat. There's a couple assets that our members are watching closely, making some trades on, so plan to pull up a couple of those charts as well. Probably not gonna have a marathon stream today, just so you know. Planning to go for 3 to 4 hours today. Get y'all nice and prepared for the week ahead. And then I will have a daily update video coming out tonight for tomorrow. Our Tuesday technical analysis video. At this point, our next live stream will be Friday morning, same time, 30 minutes before pre-market. If stuff gets really crazy this week, I may pop in for a Wednesday, but depending on how the price action goes, we'll see. Yeah, I had a great weekend, William. Thanks for asking. Hey, good day, exec. Joey, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Lucas, Gary, unknown player, hey guys. Sally, Brett, recognize a bunch of your names. Market's not open yet, Rohit, so not quite sure what our profit is on the day yet. These positions I'm entering aren't strictly shares, so I can't actually enter what I'm trying to do right now for the pre-market. I'm gonna have to wait till the markets actually are live. Haha, hey exec, I appreciate that, my friend. You came through last time. I'm staying well hydrated and stimulated with this Peruvian coffee beans.
Coffee fund.
Thank you very much. Denwo only drinks the finest coffee beans so he can stay nice and alert for you guys. Let me know if the music's ever too loud or not loud enough. Be adjusting it throughout the day. There's some new songs today, some chill stuff, nice beats and whatever. Hope you guys enjoy. Cool, so 10 minutes on pre-market. I suppose I'll have to pull up the simplistic Robinhood chart, right? Take a quick look at the current share price on the day. I know that so far the prices have been increasing on the morning. The pre-markets have looked nice at this point. Not so much on GameStop, okay, but we'll get into that. When I'm looking over here, I'm reading the chat, by the way. I'm not staring at the wall, I'm reading the chat. We have not talked about NAKD yet. NAKD has been an accumulation for quite some time. Louder music, you got it. Can't hear me? Well, let me know if I need to adjust it. Thanks a lot, Cameron. What's up, man? Hope you're having a great morning over there. No pizza emoji this time, but
we're ONNNNN. Call me hand, call me hand.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Thanks for the feedback, guys. I'm just gonna turn it down ever so slightly. I want to make sure you can hear me. I'm also talking away from the microphone sometimes, so cool. Thanks for your understanding. And here we go for the pre-market. So it's holding just below $10 on AMC here. And I see nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, this closed a lot lower on the day. Closed at $9.36 last Thursday. Now it's sitting at $9.97. It's up 6.5% pre-market. AMC holders are feeling good about that. That's a nice compliment, Mina. Bob Ross is a hero of mine for obvious reasons. Okay, Gulam, I'm working on that for you, man. We like to rock out a little bit here, so if you're not used to the music, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, thanks guys. Because I don't run commercials for you. I don't want to waste your time with commercials in my videos. That's part of how I'm able to play music on my channel, so I do plan to take advantage of that. Hey, good morning, Prem. Thanks for tuning in, James. I would love to create some NFTs with those paintings, right? That would be fun. Denwo is an artist. So we just hit $10, guys, the psychological level. I agree, unknown player. We may have to bump the tunes a little more when the market's open here. 5 minutes. So it's pushing just over $10 now. Look at that. That is the psychological resistance. People wanted to buy underneath $10. They didn't have a whole lot of opportunity to even do that. There wasn't very many chances to enter under $10 besides the end of Thursday. So now that the price is above $10, could easily continue from there. That is what I'm expecting today, straight up at this point, depending on how things are looking on the opening. But at this point, it looks good. So we may not dip underneath 10 today again. If we do, there's a good chance it'll be early on in the opening, within the first, let's say the first couple hours of the day. It's possible we open up around 10, a slight correction before a push higher. Either way, it's looking bullish. It looked bullish at the end of the week as well. So, no problems here with this last weekly candle close, it's on top of all the moving averages besides this one up here, but this is on a weekly chart, so you can see these long-term moving averages are underneath the price action, which is bullish, and same with the daily chart. It's on top of a lot of these moving averages, so that's a good sign with the close from Thursday that it closed above here, above this moving average instead of below here. I like the look of that. So even though it dipped a lot on Thursday, it doesn't appear inherently bearish at this point, unlike GME. Okay, so I'll pull that up before we open in 3 minutes here because it's important. What's going on with GameStop? And look at this, it's down 10% pre-market. It's well under 200 now, and 200 is the psychological resistance on GameStop. And here's the opposite effect that we've been analyzing as well. So that's right, you guys just reminded me I have to make a trade here this morning in a couple minutes. So I'm gonna pause the analysis for just a few minutes while I take care of this here. But that's the situation on GameStop right now. I have the pre-market price on the chart right here. That's this orange line at 170 right here. That's where we're sitting right now. It's gonna open up down there, and it doesn't look pretty. That's potentially gonna open underneath the last candle. So that does look inherently bearish, okay? Unlike AMC, there was a lot of false signals last week. So AMC went down 10%, right? GameStop went up 10%. But we know long-term AMC is the bullish asset. GME has been in a correction phase. So they've been performing oppositely from what you would actually expect. And now with the pre-market, this is what we should be seeing, is GameStop going down while AMC is going up. Because that's just the cycle, the phase that they're in. Elon tweeted something about Kong vs. Godzilla. Interesting. I did not see that. Cool. 1 minute to go. Just gonna throw in a couple orders here. I'm trying to get in early. If I was trading off camera, I would potentially wait a little bit longer. Here's the open. GameStop, it's below the candles. The last daily candle, that looks bad. Here's AMC, up above the 950 support. Let's see if this can hold. That was a pretty big pump on the opening. It's actually above, it opened above this somewhat trend line estimate. It's not really a trend line, okay, but you could probably turn it into one about there somewhere, maybe like so. And it is above that currently. It is also above this moving average right here. Clearly it's not holding at this second, but it easily could find its way back within this area very shortly here. After this first initial dip, right? A little bit of pre-market sell-off. So we're looking to find some support down at $9.50 area on the AMC. Cool. Some of the other stuff is dipping a little bit as well. CCIV, it also opened pretty high on the day, so that's having a short, small little dip here as well. That's an asset that I've been accumulating. That's one of the positions I'm picking up this morning. Whoa, that's a lot of spam, bro. Can't be doing that. I appreciate your bullishness. I will show one of those messages, but you can't be spamming like that, my friend. Sorry. Save some chat for the other people watching. Okay, cool. It's looking pretty good for the openings today. Up, and now of course, now the options are starting to moon. So the options may not even really start trading for another 10 minutes here. It's usually a delay, but I'm gonna try and put some orders in right now anyway. I'll just put the music a little louder for a few minutes here while I take care of this. Thanks for your patience. I don't expect these to drop much lower. Check out CCIV. This looks like a strong breakout going into the day. Maybe it'll come down here first, but either way, it's looking pretty solid. Here we go. Hopefully I can get a nice entry here, just under $24. All right. Denwo's looking at all his options here. I am picking up a call, so I'm double checking some dates here and prices. Alright, I've put the order in. I don't think it filled. It did fill. Cool. Then we'll just load up a little more CCIV, y'all. Fully transparent there. You've seen me time and time again accumulate CCIV at these low prices. Keep in mind, from a long-term perspective, swing trading, anything under $30 roughly is a decent entry for a long-term hold on CCIV. So I'm totally happy to enter around 24. It's not the exact bottom here at 21, but it's pretty close. It hasn't moved too much higher just yet from that bottom. And it certainly is looking to continue from there at this point. The short-term target's gonna be up around $27. Okay, here's the little dip on AMC I was talking about intraday. It may even come slightly lower still, but here's the support down below coming up soon. That's what we're keeping our eye on. Yeah. Spammers and robots. Luckily with the live streams we don't have robot scammers in the comments. Yeah, these dips are juicy, Brett. I agree with you. I'll pull up CTRM and NAKD for you, William, in just a few minutes here. I have one more trade to make, so with the leftover. I am up quite a bit on some of these. On this particular trading account this morning, the prices are looking good at this point. This is a pretty bullish opening so far. Look, AMC is pushing higher again, back up to $10. Hopefully this can extend even higher from here. People are pretty excited over the weekend about these assets. AMC should be more volatile today with all the movie releases lately, right? Alright, last position here on the day for Denwo. Interesting. Some of these calls got wrecked. That's a little surprising. I noticed there's a couple call options here that are selling for 1 cent, which is not even close to accurate for the rest of the calls that I'm looking at. It's kind of interesting. I tried to put in a low bid for those calls. I don't think it's gonna fill. Yeah, be careful about that. If you're holding calls and they drop to 1 penny, I don't recommend selling for a penny. But if you can buy some calls for a penny, that's a different story. Alright, I think I'm fine with these prices. I'm just gonna throw in my last order. that order's not filling for 5 cents. That would be $5 technically. And of course, I'm $25 short on my order. I'm gonna need to deposit $25 extra. That's part of trading, guys. It's never gonna be perfect. Alright, and did we fill? We filled. And that's that. Cool. Good to go. Denwo's all locked and loaded for the week ahead. All these dips are holding up just beautifully so far. We saw the test of the support here on CCIV now. It's turning green again. Hey, Mr. Georgie boy, what's up, my friend? Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks a lot for your continued support. Means everything. That's why I'm here for you guys. You can see, obviously, I'm doing my little trades here, but I'm really live streaming so I can help other people out with what's going on in the markets right now. It's a crazy time to be a trader. I'm sure you all are seeing that. Alright, and that's the very last of the cash gone. Just for fun, I got a $10 CCIV call for a week or two out with the leftover there, so all those positions have indeed filled. And we're looking good here. Alright, cool. So I've been accumulating these dips, clearly. Some of these assets, one of them CCIV. Early viewers are tuned into this chart, but essentially what we're seeing at the moment is a buy box area from just underneath $28 down to just above $21. This is the current buy box on CCIV, and it also appears to be putting in a double bottom, which is a very bullish pattern, and it takes a higher time frame for confirmation on a double bottom, we have that here on the daily chart. So here's the daily chart. It's a very clear double bottom at the moment. That's what we're currently seeing on CCIV. Perhaps you would call this a W shape. Or an inverse head and shoulders, if you like, in the forming. Let's see how the chat's doing for a minute. Hey, it looks like we have a new member joining. Boomhawk, welcome aboard, man. So you'll get an email with instructions how to connect to Discord. We're having a lot of great conversation out there right now about some of these speculative plays for the future. We're not so much focused on the small chops up and down like with AMC here. A lot of our members actually have been accumulating more AMC on this dip. So that's how we stay one step ahead of the markets. We're all thinking together. The more minds, the better, in my opinion. I'm just presenting the stocks to you guys, the charts, and then it benefits everybody to hear your opinions as well. So let us know what you think in the chat about AMC today. There's a lot of FUD being spread around, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There's a whole lot of bearish sentiment around AMC right now about a correction lower from where we currently are. Bears are projecting this to go to at least $5, if not lower. I've seen some analysts claiming the price target for AMC in a bearish scenario is in the pennies. They think it's going to go underneath $1. So, what do you think in the chat? I'd love to hear your thoughts about which direction you think is going to go from here. And keep in mind, this blue long-term support is not entirely accurate. It's not the worst place to put it here, but I could actually lower it to be more conservative. Down to about here with this candle close. Hey, thanks a lot for that random on the mic. Why does CTR look like a cliff diver? I have an answer for you actually. It's because the Suez Canal. Basically what happened, the Suez Canal, if you didn't hear, last week. Actually, it was the week before
Why does
that.
dollar CTRM look like a cliff diver this morning?
So basically what happened with that, guys, the shipping canal, the Suez Canal, which is huge for imports and exports, well, that actually had a ship stuck right in between the canal. It was wedged in there, and only until late last week was it finally unblocked from that ship. And I was reading, okay, Salvatore says CTRM did an offering. That's possible as well. But nonetheless, guys, with the news on CTRM, that global shipping canal was about 10% of the supply chain. Hey Ryan, welcome aboard, man. Super glad to have a few new members today. I'll be on Discord later today, sending welcome messages and getting you tuned in to what's going on out there. Do send me an email if you have any trouble at all connecting, and I'll make sure you get in. Thank you guys for the support. Awesome. Hey, draw anything. Hope you're doing good today. Nice to see you. Sean. Super Sean. That's what I know you by. AMC tickets $13 to $15. That's where we're expecting the share price to go as well, right? Our next target's actually up around $15 once more. So for the price of a movie ticket, you could get a share of this great company, this great American company. Hey, good morning, Kamala. It's awesome to see all the names I recognize in the chat today. If you were able to tough it out through March, some of this red action coming through, congratulations. It's looking good at this point. The key is not giving up. You wouldn't believe how many traders and investors bought in at $14 here, sold out under 10. Don't let that be you. This isn't the time to be exiting a position, a long position. If it does indeed bounce from right here, technically speaking, this would be the worst, literally the worst place to exit your long position. It's even worse than exiting here, because this may very well be the final bounce before higher prices this week and this month, going forward into the end of April, guys. Haha. That's really awesome to hear, Prem. I know you have been watching for a while, and that's the goal here. I'm doing my best to get you guys to think outside of the box and not follow the herd. And welcome aboard, Thomas. Glad to have you as well, my friend. Thank you everybody for joining for April on our Discord community. No kids allowed. It's a mature, serious community for people looking to learn just a little bit more about trading. Only a fraction of my content is on the YouTube channel. I do spend a majority of my time focused on Discord for members. We're still sitting nicely above the moving average on AMC. It's getting a little bit of sellers stepping up here. It still could correct slightly lower on the day from this point. It's tough to say currently. There's no strong indication here just yet. But keep in mind, I would like to see it push up into this area today. About $10.50. That's gonna be our goal for the day. I think we can do it. I think AMC can make it up here today. And that would put the share price higher than some of these last sell-offs up here, this resistance trend line. So if we can start building support on top of here, I'll be happy about that. Currently it's just getting condensed a little bit between these two lines, these two moving averages. Been averaging down, Tommy Sloth. That's a great strategy, man. Many people who bought, and sounds good, yeah. You know where to find us when you do decide to join Discord. So many people previously in the last little bull cycle, let's call it, on AMC. This is a good lesson for anyone with a high cost basis on AMC, a high y'all are funny. Sup, draw anything. I love shouting out names I recognize in the chat. Good stuff. So, great little lesson here. I remember vividly, and I heard a lot of first-hand accounts of this being the case, so I know it's a fact. This is absolutely truth. Basically, a lot of people, a lot of moon boys, right, bought up at the moon. The moon was up at $20. No offense if you did enter that high. I don't blame you. Stuff was getting pretty exciting back then. There was a lot of hype over the squeeze on the news and everything. Nonetheless, there were very many high entry prices up between $15, $20. Now, a lot of those OGs watching our channel from early on recognized the amazing opportunity down here at this $5 buy box, and even though they first entered up here at $20, a lot of people doubled down at $5 and actually brought their cost basis way lower to about $10, somewhere in the middle here of this whole range. So they were able, with this entry and this entry, to even it out right about the middle, around $10. So technically they're in profits right now, even though they entered at $20 at one point. And I'm sure they regretted it the whole time it was going down, but by being strategic and planning ahead, that's the power of buying the dips. A lot of people were also terrified to buy here. They were convinced it was going to keep going lower and drop down to $2. So this is nothing new. We've seen it before. You can even see there's a slight break of the long-term support trend line here as well. Underneath this yellow diagonal line, it actually dipped underneath there, bear trap, scared a lot of people. Stop losses get hit, all that business, and then it shot right up after. So very similar to what we're currently seeing in the market, where it dipped below that trend line, possible bear trap right before a push higher. It is similar at the moment. As long as we keep climbing today somewhat and finding some higher prices holding above $10, it's gonna look pretty bullish, going into the rest of the week. Hello, cat calling. I'll keep you focused on the charts when something happens, so you certainly don't need to stare at the charts all day long. to be a successful trader is part of what I'm hoping to relay on my channel. Denwo has a very refined, unique swing trading style and techniques and strategies. The style's not gonna work for everybody. Remember, I've said it many times before. Just because a trade works for one person doesn't mean it's gonna work for everybody. AMC means something different at $10 compared to where you bought in at. For people who bought in at $5, it's still up significantly. For people who bought at 14, it's still down significantly. So this very much means different things depending on your entries and what type of position you're actually holding. Whether it's shares or calls or puts. Perhaps you're leveraged. That could affect your strategy from this point. I wouldn't recommend high leverage either, unless you have a few years of trading experience under your belt. And I mean solid trading experience. I don't mean just watching YouTube videos for a couple years. I mean actively trading. Probably the fastest way you could wreck an account is by over leveraging. The Denwo method trademark, I like that. Nice. Congrats on those entries, Jason. That's pretty similar to, well, the CCIV and the IDEX. Those are positions that I entered this morning as well, so I approve of your strategy there. You're smart to be focusing on the bigger picture. I recognize that when I noticed you've been accumulating JBake on these low prices on some of these high risk, high reward plays. That aligns with what I've been doing as well. Okay guys, CTRM, there's been some talk about that. Let me pull it up. Apparently it dipped a lot today. It did indeed. Wow, if I had to be honest, if I had seen this dip sooner, perhaps I would have loaded up a little CTRM as well. This is a good time to explain the news going on about that a little bit more. So basically, the Suez Canal was blocked, right, for a week. It may have even been up to 10 days. It was quite a bit of time for a big shipping channel to get backed up. So no ships were able to pass through the canal. That stopped about 10% of the shipping trade going on globally. That one canal accounts for 10%. And basically, analysts have been speculating that the impact from that blockage, the impact from the canal blockage has not been fully in effect just yet. That's what people are claiming. Analysts and whatnot are saying that it has not been priced in, and it could also take months, if not years, to see the real economic impact from that shipping channel getting blocked. And to be real, that's one of those black swan events, guys. That's not something you can predict is, right here at this critical point in the pattern, the shipping channel is going to get blocked randomly by a ship, which hardly ever happens, and of course we saw that happen. So that is indeed a very strong factor at play here in this dip. That's why we're seeing a lot of the sell-off, I believe. It's because that 10% of global trade has not been brought fully back up to speed yet. So stuff like this is why these assets are very risky even at these low prices. So don't be fooled by any of this stuff with AMC as well. Don't be fooled thinking that entering at $10 is safe. It's not safe at all. It is very risky still. And same with these other assets. So look, like CCIV is below 24 now on the day. So even though it had a strong breakout this morning, it's currently dipping just a little bit more. So that's gonna be the official close of that gap on the opening right here. So I'm expecting us to find some kind of support here, but we'll have to see going into the day. This is an interesting point for CTRM right now. At this point, I would expect it. The probability of it going up is higher than it going down. Let's put it that way. From this point, there's a strong chance this is gonna come back up at about 25% from here. That was a huge gap down, a huge sell-off right on the opening. So there's a pretty good chance that the bulls will actually step back in here and push it a little higher before anything else that's to occur here. But it's obviously moving super quick. It's very risky. Even at these low prices, it's risky. The downside potential is it drops to about 40 cents, another 30% lower. That's why it's still risky. If it did that, that would be a hell of an entry. There would be nothing wrong with entering CTRM around 40 cents. This is a great buy box. Just to throw that out there, keep you aware of the bigger picture here. So the way it's sitting right now, this is one of those moves where by the time you see it's happened already, it's too late. So if you're panicking about this, it may be too late to exit. You're already down over 20% on the day, right? So exiting right here, right now, is saying you think it's gonna go down another 20% today. Will CTRM drop 40% in one day? Not likely. It's possible with that bearish news about the canal, but that would just place the probability of some kind of correction back upwards slightly higher at this point, because this was such a substantial dip. So it's not over yet on CTRM. It's one of those longer term plays. Now, as far as I'm aware, this could be different depending on what brokerage you're using. As far as I'm aware, you can't even trade options contracts on CTRM. It's simply buying and selling shares. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong about that, but as far as I'm aware, you can't actually place calls. You can't buy long calls on CTRM, so that's part of why the price gets a little intense on CTRM, and NAKD is similar. I wouldn't even be surprised if NAKD took a dip following CTRM. So NAKD has looked more bullish, but it's following a similar trajectory as CTRM. The difference here is NAKD didn't have a bearish news story about the canal shutting down. That doesn't affect NAKD, right? So that's why NAKD isn't down here this morning, but CTRM is. Yeah, no options on CTRM for Webull. So, as far as I'm aware, no brokerages offer options contracts on CTRM or NAKD. And that's part of all this volatility, so we have some more confirmation about that in the chat. So being the case that you can't accumulate calls on NAKD, that could affect the rate at which this is increasing here. It's turning into more of a slow, extended, controlled recovery rather than a quick breakout. It still could launch off from here. I'm still not bearish just yet on NAKD. And keep in mind, even if it were to dip more, just like CTRM today, that would be a buying opportunity for the bulls rather than a panic sell. You don't want to be panic selling at low prices on these assets on NAKD and CTRM. It's okay to sell here in case it drops, but you don't want to sell after it's dropped 25% in one morning. Keep that in mind. Stop losses are tricky right now with these types of plays, but the point is here, with things like AMC and GME, where there's a heavy volatility, implied volatility of the options contracts, that does lead into more extreme volatility with the breakouts. So AMC has big breakouts from time to time. NAKD, it could take a little more consolidation compared to those options traded assets to see some kind of bigger breakout here. But it is holding this support at the moment somewhat. So the bulls appear to be in control still. It's all about the bigger picture here on NAKD and CTRM. You can see that it's possible it does continue even lower, back down towards this very long-term moving average. Even if it does, that's gonna look like a very nice entry if that were to occur going forward. So just because the price is going down, trending down, doesn't mean I'm bearish. Even if it drops down here, I'm still not going to be bearish. Not yet. We would have to see some real changes here in the long-term pattern for me to become fully bearish on these assets. All I'm seeing is an accumulation zone down here. It's a very large buy box, but it is a buy box nonetheless, guys. This is absolutely a buy box on NAKD. Anything below 72 cents is going to be an amazing long-term entry. It was as high as $3.50 back in the end of January. So entering underneath $1 compared to $3.50 is quite the discount. So that's quite the dip. It's down 80% from there, short term. So, looking at this bearishly, expecting it to go lower is... I'm not sure how much lower this can go with the bullish sentiment behind it. People are accumulating this for sure. So there's many people buying NAKD right here. I'm not convinced it's gonna go lower like CTRM did. It could very well be finding a bottom, a floor around this yellow trend line. So currently it's just below there, but it's very close. It's within this accumulation box. Cool, so I'll check back in with that later in the day. Yeah, good question. FW, he asks, can you explain why you don't like stop losses in certain circumstances? And it's not that it's not that I don't like stop losses, okay? I'm an advocate of stop losses. The problem is with the volatility we're seeing nowadays. So when AMC was at $5, having a stop loss on an entry there just underneath $5 would have been a pretty solid technique, because that was a strong support. It was close to bottomed out there, and it was a good entry. So I'll just pull it up on the chart while I'm talking about it. Let's go back to that area. So back here in this first buy box entry that we had for AMC. Now, this is an area where a stop loss would have been very beneficial. Having a stop loss just below here would have been a great loss prevention strategy. Just in case the price were to go lower than $5 here, a stop loss could have protected against much further downside if it were to continue down to $2 from that point. So actually a stop loss would have been very advantageous right here at this buy box. However, after going higher, so let's say we broke out from there from $5, it pushed up about 10, so the price doubled here. So now, for example, somebody entering at $10, and then let's say they put a stop loss right here at about $8. So they're willing to risk a good amount. That's a very loose stop loss. like so. So let's say they use this yellow trend line as a stop loss support area. Well, it got hit right here on this wick. So just from entering and getting stopped out down here, you'd be out 25%, and then clearly right after that point, the price went way higher again. So not only would they have missed out on this next run higher, they would have also eaten a 25% loss right before that. So that's the kind of stuff that's tough to deal with emotionally. You don't want to be in that situation ever, so be very careful with stop losses right now. The worst thing then there's only one thing worse than losing money, guys. There's only one thing worse than losing 25% here. It's losing 25% and then missing out on another 50% thereafter. You can lose in both directions. So depending on the precise situation at hand, stop losses can be very advantageous or they can be very disadvantageous. That's something that I recommend planning along with your entry. It's a better idea. So pretend somebody now is gonna enter at 1025. It's better to enter there and then place a stop loss soon thereafter. Maybe down here somewhere. Rather than entering and waiting for the price to come down and then putting a stop loss. It's something you're gonna want to plan out beforehand, depending on the amount of capital involved, etc. Your risk tolerance.
Thanks for the detailed answer. Makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be happy to help out. I know that's a difficult concept for beginners. It's very tricky because when you hear stop loss, just getting started trading, it seems obvious, like, oh, why would anyone not use a stop loss? But when you realize how often they get hunted over and over and over again on these assets, it may be riskier to place a stop loss than it appears at first impression. Okay, seeing many stop hunts here. There's 3 right there. You could call this one potentially another big one down here. It's rough, guys, for stop losses right now. Here's a big one. That's why I don't necessarily recommend it. Now, on the flip side, if somebody was sitting in some nice profits up here at $14, having a stop loss right here would have been great to lock in some of those profits. Then when it did dip, could re-enter much lower. So that's another strategy. I'll go more into that in the future. I'm trying to keep things a little bit simple today for some of the new investors tuning in. I appreciate the interest out there right now with new investors looking at these assets, so I'm gonna respect that and not go too much into depth on the advanced concepts today. I'm worried I may have melted a few brains last time. Not everyone's gonna understand these cycles like this, but if you've been watching for a long time, I'm sure you realize what's going on here. We've been expecting this breakout for this entire correction phase, so this should be coming at no surprise to anybody who's been watching. It is exactly what we were expecting and hoping for today. You like your brain melted, Robert? I'll keep that in mind. I didn't mean you're a beginner FW, just speaking in generalities. I tend to agree with that, Taylor. You said they can only hold back my AMC for so long. Eventually it will turn to a monster. It's getting pretty close to that point. NAKD is holding above 70 cents. This isn't the chart I was trying to pull up. 1 second. Just kind of curious here. Some of these other ones, TRM. So long-term AMC chart. Ooh, look at this, guys. We're getting very close to the level that we were hoping to reach already. That's a pretty big breakout on the day so far. It's up over 10%. My pleasure, G Wild. Super glad to hear that you're crushing it. I know you've been a long time viewer. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Just ask anyone in the chat who's been watching for a few weeks. They know what's up. We have the best audience. A lot of our members are crushing it, making some big moves. Hey, good morning, Expand Health. I hope you enjoyed that little Roblox analysis. I may pull it up at some point today for fun. Cool, glad to hear it. They call me Denwo the Seer. Awesome, awesome. Thanks so much, everybody, for the nice words. That's what keeps me going. You saw I'm locked and loaded in my trades today. I'm here bringing you analysis to get you prepared. This is for you, not Denwo. Now, I would like to look at GameStop a little bit now. To start a hedge fund. So GME's been behaving quite differently as we've been keeping up with on our long-term chart. So here's the long-term chart, and so it opened red. It opened down from the pre-market. Well, song's pretty fitting for GameStop. Just gonna work on the chart for a minute. Here's the buy box on GameStop. No joke. $40 to $100. That's what I'm watching. Me too, Robert. Sometimes I play my theme song while I'm charting. I'm excited to be here with you guys today. It's once in a lifetime opportunity in the markets. We're gonna do our best to stay one step ahead of the pack. The price is moving pretty fast now on GameStop. So I am gonna analyze the day trading chart now instead. Switch over to the day trading chart. Just clean it up a little bit. Let me make this clear. Just because we have a bearish pattern on the chart here doesn't mean this is going to happen. This is what I'm watching. It doesn't mean I'm expecting this necessarily. It's just what's going on right now. We still have our bullish scenario up here as well. The signal on that's going to be different. The signal for the bullish case is we're going to need to see the price get above $205, putting in a higher high here. And that would make these higher lows. And some sort of stair-stepping higher. That's the bullish case. It's holding up at the moment. So even though GME dipped a lot pre-market, it appears to be having somewhat of a bounce off the $170 support. This yellow line was here before the price came down, so that's clearly, that does align perfectly with where that 1 hour candle closed. Now the 1 hour candle's on top of the moving averages, so that's a bullish signal currently, but it's way too early. That one little bullish signal right here is not enough to confirm higher prices later. It still needs to get outside of this resistance here, get above here, and then ultimately long term break out from this other resistance. That's everything working against GameStop right now. It's a lot going against it. It is way more bearish appearing on the chart ever since this $300 area than bullish. So it's right about in the middle of most of this price action. It still could go either way. Remember, I was saying it could take a couple weeks here, and we're seeing that consolidation. I'm still under that impression currently that it could take another week or so to really see some more developments here. That's part of patience being key, because a lot of people are going to get impatient and sell out here while it's not moving very much. Check out the RSI. It's returned down to this trend line area pretty much. It's very close anyway. So that's about where I was looking for a bounce, guys. If you remember the patterns we were drawing on here. So when it started rolling over, I was projecting a retest of this trend line. It's there right now as of this morning. And this orange arrow's been there for a while. That's what it's looking like currently. It could very well see a nice bounce from here on the RSI. That's a bullish signal. So a little bit of mixed signals today. There's some bearish signals and there's some bullish signals. Here's a bearish signal on the MACD, the 1 hour MACD. The 2 hours also bearish. So in the 4 hours bullish. There's many mixed signals here with GameStop. That's why it could go either direction still from here. But generally speaking, the chart does appear bearish on the long term. It's been bearish since up here, and it continues to be bearish down here at the time being, until it starts finding support here or climbing higher. I'm not convinced it's ready just yet. There's a lot greater chance on GameStop it is gonna return to this buy box area once more. Be ready for that. Very risky assets to be entering at such high prices. Let's keep in mind, from $10, it's still up 1,800% on the year in just a few months here. Repping and stair-stepping, right on. Personally, I would not Americo, no. The last time that I considered entering GME, I made an entry at $40. So this is the GME chart. This was our entry, bro. G Wild. $40. This was the exit. When it's sitting right in the middle here of the entry, the exit, and then right in the middle, it's way too risky. It doesn't match up with my risk tolerance. I would absolutely not be going heavily in here. Perhaps if it did return down here, I would become a lot more interested once again in GameStop, going long on GameStop, but I would absolutely not personally be entering long here at this point. If I did, I would have entered here, right? But the way it's looking, there's a good chance it's gonna come lower still. Pretty much every day we've seen fake outs on GameStop. It'll pump 10% intraday, get everyone excited, and then tank again. False breakout here, 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 right? So it's not even crossing my mind to even think about entering based upon this right here, guys. I'm not even 1% chance gonna even consider entering here. That's how I personally feel about it. It still might run from here. It could bounce. So if you're desperate to get in, it's not the worst price, but when you have accumulated a lot of experience trading, you see stuff like this all the time. So this does nothing to me. These little green candles coming through doesn't get me excited at all. I need to see a bigger change in some type of swing trading pattern here. That would be my confirmation on a bigger move. That's my style. Other people may enter based upon this. That may be a mistake. Cool. All right, enough bearishness with the GME chart, right? Let's see how AMC is doing, because AMC is much more bullish at the moment. It's looking quite nice today still. And did it reach 1050? Almost. It appears it's reached $10.48. Not quite 1050 that we were waiting for. You can't get much closer than that, guys. If you're still skeptical about technical analysis, just rewind the video to this morning when I put this number right here, right now. There was no surprise here. This is what I expected all morning, all weekend. Now we're seeing it. It's exactly what I was hoping to see. I would like it to continue to find some support up in here above $10 now. So a nice bullish opening on AMC. Again, I would not call the opening on GameStop bullish, so don't be fooled. It's green, sure. It's green. It opened down. It's actually below where the price was on Thursday. It's still below there, even though it looks green.
Have a coffee.
I appreciate that, Tan. Awesome. Some euros coming through. Thanks a lot for the support. I will indeed have a coffee. I got my second or third cup of the day going now. Cheers. Don't worry too much about that sell wall, PJ. Remember that big traders can simply cancel a sell wall order. Yeah, I believe I got you, G Wild. Let me double check that. I apologize if I had glossed over your message. Also, if Tony the Tiger's watching right now, go ahead and send a message in the chat, please. Oh, okay. I think I answered you. Let me double check. I can fill you in if you missed that. I'm not seeing your super chat actually, G Wild. 1 second. It appears that did not come through. Apologies about that. The computer froze. It doesn't look like I got your message. Oh, really? It may just be a little delay. Go ahead and ask your question or say your message if you like anyway. Yeah, YouTube stuff, right? Greed. Could just be a little delay. Maybe refresh your page, or hopefully it comes through. If not, I'm happy to answer your question nonetheless. Thanks for trying, man. It looks like no one else saw it either. Alright, so GameStop, I'll keep an eye on the chat, what you're saying there, but GameStop for now is getting pretty close to the last close, the last area from Thursday, just about 185. I'm curious to see if it will even make it up that high. It's a little bit of selling right now off this moving average in this accumulation box, or consolidation box, let's call it. So it's getting rejected from the top of the box right now. It hasn't even pushed up to the previous close. G-Wild, I definitely appreciate the thought. It's the thought that counts, so don't worry if your super chat's not going through. Yeah, you can always get me next time or whatever. Oh, hell, this year. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Means a lot, man. You've been watching for a while, so when my long-term viewers give me supportive messages like that, it does mean a lot. So thanks a lot, G-Wild. Sorry about the super chat delay or whatever. It's an awesome message. Okay, so we'll have to give GameStop a little more time. A little bit interesting how AMC is also putting in just a slight bit of red at the same exact time GameStop is, right? That's how similar these assets are. Just one little red candle on each of them. So we're still seeing some similarities here between the two, even though AMC is moving up and GME is moving down. It's not even up for debate.
Fergwild reviews. Denwo keeps hydrated.
We have the best audience, best community. So G-Wild, exec has your back. One of our loyal members. Thanks a lot, exec, for... It makes Denwo even happier. Every once in a while, when somebody has a little technical difficulty, one of our members will cover your donation, so... I send my appreciation to exec and G-Wild for that double donation. Thank you guys. I'm showing my appreciation today. It's a good month ahead. We have some diamond hands in the chat. A lot of the paper hands folded, right? Their paper hands folded and they exited the market. It's time for a recovery. AMC's been squished down for a couple weeks. Way too long, in my opinion, for the hype around this stock. Strong chance that hedge funds were somewhat responsible for this short laddering.
I see a new tip jar on your screen.
Oh yeah.
Hey everyone, let's fill it up.
Yeah, that's a good idea. No, don't feel obligated. Glad you brought it up. I kind of forgot about it. Denwo has a little glass. Here we are. if you didn't notice, I have a little glass right here for tips. Kind of a fun little game. Something fun that we can watch go on. So when you tip, it'll actually add a little coin to there. That's a good guess about Portland. I'm actually not in Portland, but I did spend a good 10 years of my life in Portland. So maybe that's where you're getting that idea. Currently, Denwo lives away from the city. Denwo lives in a calm, chill, quiet little town. And the reason being is so I can focus more on my trading. When you're dodging cars, crossing the street, getting yelled at by homeless people every day, it's hard to focus on trading. When there's 10 shootings a week in your city, it's hard to focus on trading. I do believe that affects people's mentality. Psychologically speaking, you're seeing now, if you've been watching for a while, you're starting to understand how important psychology is behind trading. Panic selling, here's a mistake.
Let's fill that tip jar up.
Thank you very much, Artalactic. That's awesome. I recognize your name from the last show, I believe. Thanks for tuning back in. Great stuff. Y'all have me smiling a lot today. I can tell people are in a good mood. I am indeed in the Pacific Northwest still. It's coming at you live, 8 o'clock a.m., the West Coast, USA. There's been some slight bearish news on CCIV as of late, but nothing extraordinary. Mostly it's people getting impatient. So sure, it dipped a little bit, but look where it is. Even on the 5-minute chart, it's finding support here already. So that's what I was saying earlier when I entered my trade up here, just under 24. We saw a little closing of this gap on the intraday. Now we're finding support down here, so that looks good on the short time frames, 5-minute chart even. So I was trying to explain.
Does this fill up a tip jar more? A happy DENWO is an accurate DENWO. Keep it up, my mans.
Yeah, I saw your coins falling. I'm glad you got that figured out, G Wild. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. A happy Denwo is an accurate Denwo, exactly. That's why we're gonna keep the music pumping today, keep the mood good. Trying to stay bullish overall on the day. This is a lot nicer price action compared to last week so far. So I was trying to explain with my entry on CCIV this morning, just like last week when I entered another small position, perhaps it was right here. It's pretty common to correct back down to right around where it opened initially, like so. And so perhaps if I waited just a few minutes longer until right here, I could have entered at a slightly lower price, but because I'm live streaming for 5,000 people, I'm not trying to fumble around with my phone, so I just entered slightly higher just so I can stay on top of the markets for you guys. But that's all that I'm seeing on CCIV right now so far. is simply support being found right around 2370. As long as that holds, it's looking to go higher on the day. What we're really trying to keep a close watch on is AMC here. Being that it just opened more than 10%, there's going to be some day traders taking profits here. We could see a little correction back down towards $10. Perhaps even lower. It's a little early. It's hard to say right now. There's no real signal on that. That's just speculation. The only signal is going to be this trend line, something like so. A real break from this trend line, not just a little dip, but perhaps if we see some 5-minute, 15-minute candles closing down here, we might see a small short scalp opportunity. Actually, to be real, it could be a large short scalp opportunity in the forming, because I always keep it real for you guys. This could drop a bit lower than that even. I'm talking down to $9.45. That's the real support right now. It's gonna be below this gap on the day, just like we saw in CCIV, right? This is a big reason why I show all these assets one after another, because they have some similarities. So this looks like the open on CCIV right here. So it opened pretty high. It had a gap opening, and then it closed that gap, right? So if you apply that to AMC here, there's a possibility that we do see that occur, something similar, where it opened high, it had a gap opening, and then it may potentially close that little gap here before continuing higher. So I'm just keeping you early on that just in case we see something like that. But hopefully we'll see a bullish continuation, being that it's still early in the day on Monday after a long weekend. There's still a good chance it keeps climbing higher from here as well. I am hoping for that. I'm not counting on it. I'm not expecting it. I'm hoping for it. It would be great to see some continuation further into the day, getting closer to $11 actually, rather than 10. Because that would put us well above this whole range here. That would put us above these last local highs. It wouldn't get us above this one, but it would start to be heading in that direction once more instead of trending down. So we're starting to see some sort of uptrend beginning to form here, as opposed to the downtrend from last week. That's what this means right now. We just didn't want to see continuation to the downside today, and we have not seen anything close to that so far, so it does look good right now for the bulls. It's people on both sides of the trade. Keep in mind, a trend line like this on a 5-minute chart is not going to be very precise. It's not the best indication to make a trade based off of. Yeah, that's right, headstock, yelling homeless people. Yep. It gets worse than that. they do a lot more than just yell at people, but a lot of them are amazing people, right? It's nothing, no stereotyping against the homeless people. I used to help them out from time to time, buying them a meal, giving them a lighter, whatever. And if you help out a homeless person like that in a small way, sometimes it can make their whole day just by giving them a couple pennies out of your pocket. Sometimes that's all the hope they need to carry on through the week. So I have a lot of sympathy for them, but it's a tough area for that. Even in my old neighborhood, there's a lot of tents around. Sure, Brett, if you can get the channel up to 100,000 subs, I'll stream daily for you. Hey, I appreciate the donation, J-Bake. Prior to learning, stay calm. Huh, exactly. That's so awesome to hear. Jason's been watching since the very beginning, and he's been accumulating the dips.
Prior to learning to stay calm, stay strong, I would have wrecked my portfolio, but I would not have averaged down to a point. I am currently green again.
There you go, man. You're getting the bigger picture. If you're currently green after all this extensive red action coming through, you're doing something right, okay? So let that be a learning experience for you. Try not to get complacent, but you're one step ahead of the game if you were able to lower your cost basis. Nah, I still wouldn't run commercials even with that many subscribers. I have moral dilemmas with commercials. I think it's almost like keeping someone prisoner for a minute. You're forcing all their attention into an advertisement. I don't agree with that. Exactly, William. That happy little tree on GME, $40, went right up to 300. That was perfect. It's funny how that was a joke at the beginning. I mean, it wasn't a joke, it was a target. It was a legit target, but I made it a tree instead of an arrow. I drew a funny tree on the chart on our last GameStop entry. It's cool that people still remember that. That's our core viewers, our core audience that's still watching today from back then. If you're able to tough out the ups and downs on AMC, then you're probably looking pretty good for the future. Yep, CCIV's dropping like someone mentioned. Our galactic is dropping slightly. This is a 5-minute chart. So let's zoom out to the 1 hour and look at this moving average right below. That's what we're looking at right now, CCIV. The 5-minute chart is gonna be some false signals, just like GameStop. This might be a bear trap on a small scale. A small bear trap, but a bear trap nonetheless. Because it appears to be finding some support on the hourly chart, which is more relevant than the 5-minute chart for a swing trade. So that's what we're watching right now. It's definitely not bearish just because it went down 1%, okay? It's hardly moved. Let's measure that dip just for fun that people are worried about. It's 1.5%. So if you're getting emotional over 1.5% dips, swing trading's probably not for you. It's not going to be for everybody. Not everyone's going to understand the bigger picture. AMC is pushing. We're about to see $10.50 test. Options are relevant, Philly, but they're not key. So I wanted to zoom out, but we have a lot of price action right now. This is an important level, $10.50. It just passed it. Here we go. So the next level coming up is $10.60, just about. $10.62. That's coming from the break of this support line back here. So when the price broke below this, I left the line, the support line on the chart, because this isn't a support line anymore. This is the resistance right now. This purple diagonal line, roughly speaking. So let's see what happens up here. It looks good over 1050 so far. People are accumulating even at these high prices. They're still jumping on board. Like I said last week, once the price starts climbing again, I anticipate quite a bit of FOMO. Fear of missing out.
Keep the coffee hot.
Will do. Appreciate it, Picomar. And thank you for the 7s. That's Denwo's favorite number. It's the number 7. So we have a little synthesizing between the number 7 and our bullish breakout on the morning. People are feeling good today. I'm liking the look of this going forwards. I really am. Even with this significant upwards move, this upwards bump today, we're still not seeing profit taking yet. We haven't seen any correction really, anything meaningful. Sure, there was a slight dip right there, but it keeps pushing, it keeps blasting through all these short-term resistances here. So there's a lot coming up right here. This is the important area, just under $11. If it pumps right through there, guys, whew, we're on. It's on. All we need to do is have a breakout above here. I don't even care if the candles close up here. I'm not looking for the day to close up here. I just want to see a pump. I'm crossing my fingers. It's hitting this resistance now. Just like we called, $10.61. That was the exact number I was talking about. Oof. Definitely perp, man. I believe that numerology, mathematics, psychology, philosophy are all tools that can help you trade. Primus, my dude, thank you so much for the generous 77 coming through. The double 7s, I appreciate that, my friend. That is generous. Thank you very much. I'll make sure you get your alert popping up. It's just a delay.
Thanks for all you do, DENWO.
Cheers, bro. That's the proof of that we're crushing it, guys. I'm not making it up. Primus is a long-term viewer. I know he's got a plan for what's about to happen here. People just entering the markets have no idea what to do right now. Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? Should they buy here? Should they sell here? They don't understand where we just came from, unlike Primus. So cheers, man. Thanks again. We're going to give you another alert, so appreciate it so much. Oh yeah, some sevens in the chat. I like it. Shout out to Yoheezy. You're feeling good, position to profit, right on. That's the benefit of entering where we have been accumulating at lower prices on these dips. So even, let's look at it this way, yo. Remember just a few days ago when AMC dipped to $9, below $9. Remember the FUD, the panic, the bullshit on the news, all the false information. Remember all that? That was just last week. That wasn't that long ago. And we called the dip right here. We called the local bottom. We weren't sure how far this would correct. It's almost been a double bottom at this point. Either way, double bottom or not, we're analyzing this as a bounce. And now that the price is at almost $11, let's measure the profit from that point. It's up over 20% from that dip. So even people who simply bought the dips here are up 20% right now. Crazy stuff. It's gonna catch a lot of people off guard. Okay, interesting. We are seeing a push higher on AMC right now. It's starting to reach some of these higher resistances up here. It's a little bit of a wick coming through, a little bit of sellers, so we are starting to see a little bit of profit taking. Be careful not to exit your long position too soon. If anyone remembers me telling you that at about $6, $7 last month, be careful. That's what I mean. I don't think this is done yet. Even if it does correct lower, most likely we're just getting started here on the bigger picture. Here's our our daily chart for AMC, our weekly daily chart. So on the bigger picture, everything looks perfect here for continuation. Morning, Afto. Glad to see you today. All the OGs in the chat crushing it, because you guys were all expecting this bounce, right? Everyone who's been keeping up with the channel has been anticipating this. It's a big day for AMC. So the daily is actually currently, let's say it were to close the day right now where it is without going any higher, that's going to be a bullish engulfing candle essentially. I don't know if I want to call it that per se, but I will label it a decent bullish candle, even if it closes right here on the day, even if it closes down here as well. So pretty much any close on the day above the last candle close is gonna be our bullish continuation signal. It's at about 1022. So right there. All we need to do is close above this blue line on the day for it to look bullish for tomorrow and next week, or later in the week I should say. Also, it's above these moving averages now. It is pushing up higher than that. The next area we're going to test, $11 psychological. There we have it. That's the current resistance, just a little higher at $11. Let's see if it can make it through there as well. I'd be a little surprised, but if we don't see any correction here, I am gonna be a little surprised up here as well. I'm basically expecting, if the price does pump this high right now, it probably will have a little bit of a dip thereafter. So at any point here, we should see a little bit of profit taking, a slight correction coming through. Here we go. It may even be starting right now. So this is pretty strong resistance now. That's my point. It's important to keep in mind this isn't a small resistance area. This is a very big resistance consolidation area right about here. So that's what we're waiting to see, is a break above here, which could lead to another push thereafter to $12 instead of $11. That's how fast AMC is moving today. Hopefully it doesn't simply consolidate here all day. I do want to see some bigger moves today. I feel like we're done with the consolidation phase. All this chop, all this up and down and sideways over the last couple weeks, I believe we're exiting that period right now. It looks like this is such a strong breakout that it may not even come back down to those areas right now. So I'm not convinced we're gonna see a correction down to here either. But that's the current support down below. That's the current bearish case, so you're aware. I like to cover both sides of the trade. Because when you think about it, for a day trader, entering at the morning and then locking in 20% profits for the day is a pretty successful day of trading. So we certainly could see some profit taking here, or anywhere higher, like up here. At some point we are going to see that come through. It's just a matter of identifying it on the chart when it does happen. It's continuing to push higher. It is putting in another bit of bullishness, another bullish candle right now. And there it is, 1099. It's right at that psychological level. Big day for AMC. Keep in mind, alright, so now that we're getting all focused on this big move on AMC, right? GameStop, nothing, guys. Just like we've been talking about, it just continues to fall down. We're not seeing this big breakout on GameStop. It's only on AMC. That's the difference. So the long-term GME chart is very relevant. It's very much still at play. People following up with the giant magic triangle. It's getting rejected from there right now. Still. It's below the moving averages. GameStop continues to look bearish today, whereas AMC is blasting off. This looks great. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick while I leave the chart open for you. I'll be back in just 1 or 2 minutes here. Check on Kitty real quick. Cool. Thank you everyone for tuning in again. I'll be right back. See how high this pump can go. Cool. Be right back. Thanks. Welcome back. AMC is holding nicely. If this volatility is getting you a little emotional, it's a good idea to take a step away from the charts for a few minutes. And it's interesting because, well, just for fun, if I pull up the Robinhood AMC chart, this is what most people are seeing, the everyday investors, is this chart. Can you tell much from this chart? No, you can't. We don't have any of our supports, any of our resistances, any of our trend lines. It's simply a straight line up. It's not something that you can make a trade based off of. So people entering this market right now, up here, based upon this, it's not very accurate. We're starting to see a little bit of the sell pressure come through now at the very top of this box, these big wicks. So perhaps we are going to see that dip after all. And this is profit taking. This is people taking profits. Kitty's great. Thanks for asking. She's sleeping right now. She was super loud this morning at 4 a.m. And you know the meows correlate with the bullish breakout, so her meows are aligning with the stars today. Yeah. The people are very uninformed, no worries there. Glad you're all enjoying the music. These are some of our new tracks for today. I'll be posting these songs, this playlist in the Discord for members afterwards, so you can keep rocking on for the rest of the day. I'll be live another hour and a half here. Heads up on that. So we're going for 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'll be live until 1 o'clock Eastern today. And then I need to take care of some other stuff, some more content coming out tomorrow, whatnot. Denwo's locked and loaded in his positions today. This is what we were hoping to see this morning. The rest of the day could be choppy, guys, going forwards. But from the bigger picture, this is all we were hoping to see today, this morning. So far, so good. So I don't feel like I need to do a marathon today and keep people calm. I think you guys know what's up right now. Good question, Prem. I haven't pulled up the RIDE chart in a few days since last week. I'll pull that up since you asked about it. Look at GameStop testing the resistance right now. It's getting more interesting on GameStop. The buying pressure from this morning is becoming more relevant now. Back here it didn't mean anything. Now that it's closed the gap on the day where it opened down, it's higher than that. That's a bullish signal, okay? We're seeing a bullish signal on GME right now. Sure thing, G Wild. So I'll write a couple of these down. I'm not going to be able to cover all of our different tickers today, but a couple of requests here. So I will check out the RIDE chart because that corrected a lot recently. And PLTR, I'm happy to pull that up for you as well, G Wild. That's one that we started charting last week for the channel. But right now, it's a development on GameStop, so I'm gonna keep this open for a few minutes because it's not confirmation yet. Again, don't be fooled here. Just because it's a little bit of a green pump outside of this resistance doesn't mean it's going to continue. Still could get rejected here and drop right back down into this consolidation area. So we're going to need to see some candles closing up here on GameStop. If it gets above here, that'll look good. We really need it to get above here. So keep that on your radar. This is the real area, $205. If it can get up here, that'll be bullish going forwards. It'll start to become more bullish on GME. It's still not yet because of our higher time frame charts. Sorry, I'm just gonna reorganize the charts again. So okay. We have so many charts now, so many different GameStop charts, it's hard to tell which one's which. This is our daily chart. It's under the resistance still, guys. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's, even though it looks bullish right here on the 30-minute chart, even though that is a bullish signal right now on shorter time frames, it's not confirmed because of this. It's still under this red horizontal resistance line. As long as it's under here, that's bad. And we also need to see it get up here above this moving average. If GameStop can close a daily candle up here, it's looking good. It hasn't done that yet. It's not even close. This breakout is not enough. Get the moving average resistance right here. There's another horizontal resistance. There's another resistance up here. It's a lot of resistances working against GameStop. So it is interesting now, this projection. This green candle bar price action projection is an estimate based upon the previous breakout. I literally copied and pasted some of the candles from back here. This is a different time frame though. It would look a little different if I did it with the daily candles. So the daily candles will look different than this. But either way, it's interesting because it's currently following that price action pretty closely here. Note the move today is almost exactly aligned with that estimate. The top and the bottoms here is almost exactly where the price has gone today. So that's what we're looking at, is maybe some slight dip from here back down to this area, a little bit of consolidation before push higher. It's trying to do that right now. The next target areas, I would not even consider this much of a target. This high right here, it is a target from this candle close, so that is an important area, but the real next target's gonna be up here, guys, at 1450. Just under 1450. That's the real target right now, right here. Based upon this projection of the last breakout. So this is the pattern that we're predicting at the moment, something like so. A nice push up to $14, followed by a correction down towards 12 once more, followed by a bigger breakout thereafter, potentially not until tomorrow or later in the week. It could take, this whole area could be today. We could see a push higher and then a sell-off later in the day or tomorrow, and then a couple days later see continuation. So it may take a couple days here for this to really develop. So that's why we're just hoping to see a nice close around here in this area. As long as it's closing above the last consolidation box, it looks bullish. It's still pushing higher on the short time frames as well. I think it's about time to remove this lower arrow. It's getting pretty close to being that time. A push above this last high should lead into some more continuation. So the current resistance is 1125. Yeah, I'd like to just catch up with the chat for a minute. You're welcome, Neo. Happy to help you guys out today. It's an important week. It's an important day for AMC, very much so. Not so much on GME. There's been no bigger developments on the higher time frame charts here. This is our daily chart. It does not have any bullish signals yet, even on the day. We need to see GameStop get above 210, really, 2.5, 210. And preferably close a candle up here. The way it's looking, it's not even close to doing that yet. So again, personally, I would absolutely not be entering into GameStop right here. Full disclosure, full transparency there. Okay. A little bit of a battle taking place on AMC right now on the 5-minute chart for day traders. We have some profit taking from this morning, and we also have new investors entering at these high prices as well. So it's a battle right now between profit takers and new money. Yeah, there you go, Prem. It is thinking outside the box. It's tough to predict.
Your chart work and attention to the chat and members to the Discord is much appreciated. Denwo, keep up the great work, my brother.
You got it. I plan to do that. I'll give you as much information as possible over the next hour and a half. And then I'll be back this Friday. If stuff gets really wild, I'll be back Wednesday morning for a live stream if we're seeing some big action on AMC. But if the price continues in our favor, I may even do a marathon stream on Friday again. It's depending on market conditions. So I appreciate your support, PJ. And also all the great participation on Discord. Thanks a lot for your conversation on Discord over the weekend. You're another one of our loyal members who's crushing it, so that's always great to see. I don't think so, no Saj. Wow, Brett, you're up 25% on the day, it's awesome. Exactly, you don't have to worry about trading daily. You don't have to stare at the charts every day, all day long to make big moves in the markets if you strategize accordingly. I do my best to keep you one step ahead of the market, so instead of waiting to climb up here and then telling you guys it looks bullish, I told you it's bullish from down here so you could enter and capture that nice breakout. Alright, so here's the profit taking beginning. Now the question is, will we hold around $11 or $10.50 as support going forwards? Or are we going to see a bigger short scalp right here? It's possible. It's happening very quick, selling off very quick. It may bounce from here, may bounce from here. Depending on how bullish it is overall. It is pretty bullish right now, so I'm not convinced it's gonna dip too low right now. Most likely we're gonna see a push higher before any kind of bigger correction coming through. This isn't the real target area, it's more up here. That's just short term. It's more up here right now before we might see some real profit taking. Like so. Could be a pretty big correction from that area. And it could happen pretty quickly, so I'm letting you know now so that you don't panic if this does happen. There's a lot of support down here now. The beauty of today's price action, of this bullish extension impulse up, is we are smashing through all these resistances. Every single one of these colorful lines here was a strong resistance on the intraday chart, and now it's above most of those, if not all of them. So this whole area is now becoming support. It's not a resistance area anymore. If I put the box right there, that's gonna be our accumulation box. So within this entire box, new money has been accumulating AMC. Now it's above that box. I'm not convinced it's gonna return to that box. If it's bullish enough, it's gonna bounce from this box and continue up. It appears that's what's going on. So I am leaning towards that at the moment. I'm feeling like we're gonna see another push higher today on AMC. It's not out of the question. We're up 15 to 20% right now on the day. It could go higher still. It could go a nice 30% today, 35% maybe. That would be a nice day for AMC. Head stock a few weeks ago, you're up 45% and didn't sell. That's understandable. As a matter of fact, our YouTube trading portfolio position was up 60% at one point, and I did not sell that either. It corrected a lot. I think it went down to about 5% profits only. It never actually went back down to my cost basis price, which was $8.75 on that position. Keep in mind my personal positions entries were at $5, but it actually didn't even get quite down to $8.75. So even through this massive sell-off correction, the YouTube trading portfolio has remained in profits. So you're not alone. That's a very common mistake with new traders, is they'll ride it up into some big nice profits like so, and then they won't sell at the right time and ride it completely all the way back down, losing all those potential profits. So don't feel too bad. It's especially if you're keeping the bigger picture in mind here and trying to perfect your swing trading style. A swing trader's not going to be worried about even a 40% move, even though that is quite a big move in the bigger picture. If you're able to withstand a drop like that, and now we're seeing higher prices, well, if you're planning to take profits closer to $20 in the future, there's nothing wrong with holding through a 30% dip in the meantime to get to those higher prices. The important part is not panic selling and exiting before you get to that target. So you're not always gonna nail every exit. The exits are just as difficult, if not more difficult, than entering a new asset. So we have not really talked about those high targets in some time. I'd love to throw that out there again to keep people thinking bullishly about the future. And the thumbnails are not clickbait, guys. Yes, I put $35 target on the thumbnail. Yes, that is a real target. It's not a speculation. It's a legit target for the swing trade opportunity. We just haven't been able to discuss those higher targets for a while because the price was trending down for a week or two. It wasn't time to be talking about targets back then. It was time to be talking about support levels. Now it's starting to become time to talk about targets again, so that's exciting. It's still holding $11. Like I was saying, the next local target area based upon this candle bar projection is going to be this last local high area. Just about 1450. Could see a small correction thereafter back to around $12. The target after that's going to be our $16 target. That's a big one. That's one I've been waiting for. There was a chance we were going to see it back here, but do remember that this is exactly where we saw the news event of the shareholder vote. It was right here at this top, and that was bearish overall. People took that news with a bearish sentiment. So I do believe that there was a lot of selling right here based upon that news event. It's likely already priced in now. That was a far enough correction, down 35%, to actually price in that entire news event of the share dilution for next month. I think those people are out of the market now who felt bearishly about that, and now the bulls are in control once more. So it's time to start thinking about future targets again. We were hoping that we were gonna see that back here, a push up to $16 here. It sold off on that news, so the next target is still $16. That never wasn't the target. That's always been the next target since this point. Now after that is gonna be the $20 area. It'll be pretty wild if indeed when AMC does reach $20 once more. If it happens sooner rather than later, this wasn't too long of a correction phase. That would look bullish for the midterm thereafter. We're seeing some pretty good action on the long-term chart. So our time frame estimate for now is potentially June to July at the latest for the $20 target. A few months, okay? It could take that long if it keeps riding this long-term support higher and higher. It could take until this point, midway through June, to reach $20 and then hopefully break out past that to $30. So there are many higher targets in effect here. It's just been not appropriate to talk about them when the price has been dipping so much. But they are still there, and they're gonna stay there until we reach those targets. Yeah, the day AMC hits $20.01, I'm busting out the bottle of rum on camera. That's a promise. I might have to go buy a bottle of rum soon. It's a great strategy, Brett, to take some of those profits when you're able to, so you don't miss the selling opportunity. If you're happy with the profits, then there's nothing wrong with taking a little bit off the table to protect your greater capital. Sal says he visited his shrink many times dealing with entering AMC at $4.51. Your shrink might be coming to you in the future. Your therapist is going to call you up and ask why you didn't tell them to buy at $5, right? Your therapist will need therapy for not entering at $5. We're just having some fun, y'all. Keeping it lighthearted today. Not gonna go too heavy on all the intraday chop right now. We're keeping things higher level today. The bigger picture is at our forefront of what's developing here. The intraday is one thing, but all this is doing for swing trading is confirming the direction being upwards. It's no longer trending down. So very clear downtrend right here. It's no longer trending down based upon today's price action. It was trending down Thursday, not anymore. Alright, it's pushing above 11 again, so the way this is looking for day traders right now, I don't think we're gonna see that dip. As long as it's holding above these two red lines, it looks like we're going higher. Diplomatico, some Venezuelan rum, that sounds delicious. I would like to try that. Nice, Tej, you're almost at break even from your entry. If I recall, you were a little concerned about your entry the other day. I think your entry was around here, so hopefully you will be in profits pretty soon here. That's the power of staying calm. Stay calm, hold strong. Right? Stay calm, hold strong. That's the motto of our channel, of our community. So people who stayed calm and held strong through this, you're up a nice 20% on the day. Congratulations for not panic selling like everyone else. Trust in the magic triangles. Are magic triangles still in play here? The crazy part is this gigantic magic wedge from the first breakout is really that's really the main pattern, the main symbolism picture that's in effect on this daily, weekly chart is this one pattern here. It's none of this is relevant to this one pattern, and the breakout was right here. It was a very clear breakout, and now that that's occurred, our target never was here. It was the first gap target, but the real target was always up at $20 from the breakout of this triangle. It's just a matter of time, essentially, as long as things continue the way they have been. So this has always been the target from this greater pattern in effect here. It would be silly to sell down here based upon an entry in this wedge. GME is not even holding 190. We're seeing that selling pressure continue. And just like that, it appears to be getting rejected. CTRM's moving up a little bit. Sounds like a plan, William. I may hold you to that. Okay, cool. So CCIV is also holding that support currently that we talked about earlier on the 1 hour chart. The moving averages below. It's holding that currently. So no worries about that small dip on CCIV. It's down like 2% on the day or something, 1%. It's hardly anything. Doing my best, Brett. Thanks for your continued support. I'm able to deliver accurate analysis on GameStop because I'm unbiased. I'm not holding any shares at this point. Therefore, I don't care if it goes up. I don't care if it goes down. This is an unbiased analysis. I'm simply telling you what I see on the charts which is a strong rejection from this resistance here at 195. Followed by further rejection below this long-term resistance coming from the gigantic magic triangle. So trust in the magic triangles until the price actually for real completely extends outside of this triangle. We have no development here. It's simply been in a downtrend this whole time and will continue to be trending down, technically speaking, until it breaks out of this pattern. Could be down here, could be down here, could be up here. So that's what we're watching on GameStop. It's not even close to having a bullish confirmation yet. I wouldn't be getting too excited over today's price action on GME. Alright, we're seeing a little bit more selling come through on AMC. The bearish case is looking more possible suddenly. That's how fast things change here. So, very, very tight. Oof. You couldn't have a tighter consolidation on AMC. So we're talking this little box right here from just under 11 to 1085. Just about this very tight consolidation here. We're waiting to see some candle closes either above here or below here. Right now, it's simply closing within the box. So, can't tell yet. There's no signals here just yet. Catch up with the chat. I haven't pulled up Sundial today, Lucas. I'll do that for you. So I'll be live about another hour. Heads up. I got a couple more charts to pull up that people asked about, so I'll head over there to those other charts in a minute. That means a lot, Brett. It's part of the reason I started the channel. Originally, I wasn't enjoying the style of content that was out there that I was watching, so I decided to do things a little bit differently, and I'm glad it's resonating with some of you guys. It's the kind words and support that keeps me going on the live streams. The more support I get, the longer I stay live. Simple as that. So thanks a lot, everybody. I know I'm smothering you with thank yous today, but it's well deserved. I'm proud of all our audience members who held through this dip patiently, and now they're seeing the reward. You guys are learning. You really are. You should be proud of yourself. Pat yourself on the back today. I would like to take a look at IDEX as well, Jason, today. I'm curious what that's doing. Alright, so we're gonna move on to a couple of our other charts for a little bit here. So ride PLTR on IDEX. Probably enough, and Sundial, I'll pull that up as well. A scalp opportunity would be a break below this moving average. I would even put it slightly lower at about $10.70. So if it goes to $10.69, it could easily come back down closer to $10. That's the bearish day trade. Yeah, perhaps, Teach. Not worried about it. I'm very pleased with our community so far, and this is our core audience right now, everybody tuning in, so I'm here for you guys who are in the live chat right now. Even if I didn't get a single another subscriber, I would be happy with all the support from everybody who's starting to crush it. You guys are crushing it all on your own now. Nothing feels better than that, having a real impact on the world. I'm not doing this for the money. Cool, so some more bearish signals on the short term right here, right now. Probably just a small correction coming up. Small little dip. Hopefully we see a nice bounce around $10 if it does go that low. Remember, as I was saying early on, there is a chance that it does come all the way back down to about $9.40. That is still a possibility, even though it pumped that high already. Because of this gap opening, it may close this gap here before going higher. So that's something to make note of, just in case it does come that low, that you won't freak out about that. It's a lot different from where the point we currently are with the share price compared to if we saw a move like that down here. If we saw a dip down here, my sentiment may start to change, but a dip from this point back down to around $10 would be completely healthy and normal. It's still, again, I was saying, the signal's below 1069. It has not done that yet, so that's just in case. Still not convinced we're gonna see that. Chances are, being that it's still early on Monday, we're gonna see some more continuation from here. Okay, cool, so let's hop onto some of the other charts while this pattern's developing further. Okay, I don't have the RID chart on this chart in particular. I may have it on this one. Here it is. This is the RID chart, guys. RIDE. And that's where it's sitting. It's exactly at the long-term support currently. It's a retest of this support line on RIDE. Very possible that it's gonna bounce from here, but this is the area to be watching on RIDE for an active trade. A break below this area is not gonna look pretty. $10.70. But at the moment where it's sitting in this whole accumulation area, at the moment this is a pretty nice area for a long entry because if you look at the price action all the way back here, it's pretty dang close to the actual bottom. It's only slightly higher right now than where it was back in July 2020. So essentially entering RIDE at this price right here is pretty close to entering a year ago. It's pretty close to the price a whole year ago, way before it ever went on a big run. Look at all the craziness that happened since then. Huge breakout, a lot of chop up and down, and now it's finally returned to a more attractive entry level. That's what this is on this chart. It's not necessarily telling us it's gonna go up from here. It's not telling us it's gonna go down from here. All it's telling us is it's close to the bottom. It's very close to the whole bottom floor on this chart. So if you're the kind of person who likes to buy low and sell high, this is pretty low on RIDE. I don't really think it's gonna go much lower than this. It doesn't have much room to the downside from here based upon this chart. So the next area is gonna be down around $10.50. So yeah, that's the downside risk right now. Of course, everything can go to zero, but the real bottom long-term support is just above $10. So it's pretty close to there right now at around $11. It looks like a decent entry for long-term. It's much better than entering up here. So when you look at it that way, this is a nice entry. The target's gonna be over 150%, roughly about there. Cool. Short-term target down here, $19, let's call it. So that's RIDE, even though again it saw a bit of a dip today, like pretty much all of our risky plays. So even after this red coming through on the day, it's very close to the bottom area on the long-term chart. So it may dip a little lower, but it's getting pretty close to finding a bottom in my opinion on RIDE. I think that pretty much covers that chart for now. Hey DJ, thanks for tuning in. We'll be live for about another hour this morning, covering some of our other Wall Street Bets plays. I'm not sure I'm gonna have time for that, Brett. I'll write it down for the next stream if I don't have a chance to cover it. ZOM. I think that's Zoom Technologies, right? So I like to see what IDEX is looking like. Okay, that makes sense. I was expecting a slight dip here on the day. Now that it's done that, I think this is also getting pretty close to a bounce. Look at the 30-minute trend lines, moving averages on IDEX here, Ideanomics. So this is a stock ticker that was covered quite a bit a couple months back. People were getting excited about it. It went up pretty high on a pretty big run from $1 to $5, right? Now that it's returned and corrected back down from 550 down to 250 at the bottom, that's about a 50% correction. And that aligns with a bullish continuation. It's pretty common to see a 50% retracement off a move like this before another run. So the way IDEX is looking right now is pretty bullish on top of these daily moving averages currently. So yeah, just like NAKD and SNDL, it's not quite at the very low moving average. So there is room for more downside here. A whole 30%, that's the risk of entering right here. And that's why all these entries are still very risky, even if they are at relatively decent prices right now. It still could go a little lower, that's true. It's good to plan for that now, just in case. Nonetheless, this appears bullish in many different ways. There are multiple ways you could put a long-term support trend line here. I would like to place one about right where the price is right now even. I'm gonna put a trend line right about here. And I'm gonna call this an accumulation / buy box on IDEX. This is essentially the buy box on IDEX. A perfect entry, the buy box would be more about here. Underneath, or just about $1.50, but it's been on quite a run the last year. It's a pretty bullish looking move here on the higher time frames on the weekly chart. It's had a lot of chop up and down in this range time and time again, but so this blue trend line you can see has been resistance many times. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Now the price is above that. It's now support going forwards. So it's a tight area, but this is indeed the short-term support on IDEX. It appears exactly at $3. Perhaps that's a psychological level, $3. It's a technical level, but there are stronger technical levels here, so it seems to be a psychological support right now. People want to buy IDEX under $3, they might have missed their chance. This looks like a legit breakout going forward, especially if it does continue here and build more support above $3 over the next couple days. So IDEX is another bullish one at the moment from this current area. And again, all these assets have more potential downside in effect right now. That's the risk from entering here, is it does go down to $1.50, but if you understand that and are prepared for it, this is a pretty safe entry. You could also have a stop loss pretty tight somewhere in this area, perhaps just below here, about 275. So for swing trading, I like this chart right now. I did not like this asset at $5 when other people were covering it. It seemed overpriced, and now that it's finally corrected It's had some consolidation. It's starting to trend higher now. This is a higher high than back here. It looks like some sort of reversal taking place here on Ideonomics. I'm keeping you early on this. Just wait. I can almost guarantee once IDEX hits $4, $5, you're gonna see it everywhere again. It's gonna be talked about on all the other channels. They'll be saying it looks good, buy at $5. I'm telling you, this is the entry. $3, not $5 in a couple weeks. Don't wait until it gets up here to become bullish on it. It's bullish down here right now. It doesn't need to be up here to be bullish. Cool, hope that helps. I think it's apt to pull up Sundial now because it's had similar downwards trajectory. So just like IDEX, I didn't like Sundial at these prices. I would not have bought Sundial at $3. Absolutely not. I entered Sundial back here, guys, not up here. And now that it's back in that area, pre-breakout, essentially the same price it was in that first entry. So this is the buy box on SNDL. And look where the price is sitting. You can't make this stuff up. It's exactly on top of that buy box. So I'm noticing on a lot of our favorite assets today, they're pretty much all finding support right on top of their buy boxes of their entry areas. So the bulls aren't even letting these assets go any further down before they're entering. So people are entering right here, $1.07 before it even is able to go any lower. There's a strong possibility that it does indeed bounce from here. We didn't see the bounce back here yet with this old green arrow. I'm just gonna move it over a little bit to where the price is today. It's still a valid trajectory. It's just hard to time a move like that precisely, so timing's probably the hardest thing to trade on the charts. Forget share price, timing's everything. So instead of this appearing bearish, it actually appears bullish at the moment, unless it were to actually close some candles down here. If it closes the day under $1, that would be a bearish signal. If it closes the day above $1, that's a bullish signal. Alright, keep it nice and simple on Sundial. And that's similar to NAKD and CTRM, so I'll just briefly show you those again. NAKD is still holding this support trend line, the orange line. So that's relevant still. It did break below, but excuse me, a bunch of coffee. It's still looking to close the day above this support. See that? So 70 cents close on NAKD on the day is also gonna look bullish. So it's not just AMC that's bouncing today. That's the bigger development of the day today, is besides AMC going up, these other assets are also pretty close to finding bottoms, it looks like, at this point. And you know, I've been accumulating this ever since it went below $1. So I'm planning to keep accumulating it a little bit while it's down here, or if it goes lower. Any day NAKD could see a huge breakout, and by that time it's going to be too late to enter. It could shoot up to $2 very quickly someday, and then it's going to be too late to enter up here. So when it does return up there, it could happen pretty quick. So I'd rather be buying the dips than buying it once it does climb back up here at $2. Nice couple people entered AMC today, this morning. Hey Scott, thanks for tuning in. Be live another 30-40 minutes here. Just covering some of our other charts here, some of our favorite Wall Street bets plays. AMC's not the only exciting thing going on right now. It's currently the bearish signals playing out. We have our bearish signal so far is a little bit early because so it dipped below 1069. It's actually holding 1069. I think we're gonna need to see another candle close down here for it to really look bearish. It's still very close to this support line. But it's starting to, the bearish case is starting to play out, just so you know. And that means it could come down to $10. Worst case, come down to $9.40. That's the support right now. And it pretty much could bounce from any of these lines at this point. It's really tough to say right now. But these moving averages are relevant, so this is the area I'm watching. Just hide that box for now, make it a little clearer. Another accurate call on the day. Glad about that. I'm doing my best to be accurate for you guys. So we called this top just a little while ago. We called this entry this morning. Everything's going to plan. This is all well expected. Nothing's catching me by surprise here so far. Yeah, that is a buy box on IDEX PJ. It's more of a bullish box than it even is an accumulation box. We like Nokia and BlackBerry, Lucas. I definitely have those on the watch list. But I've not actively charted BlackBerry for the channel. I have looked at Nokia before. Perhaps I still have some lines on that chart. I wonder if I do have some older patterns on the Nokia chart. Oh wow, look at that pump, huh? So that's the potential right here with these risky assets. You never know when you might see a 100% pump one day. Here's Nokia. And this goes along very much with what I was saying about people holding through big profits. They didn't sell here, and then they ride it all the way back down. So timing your exit is just as important as timing your entry. I know I started charting out Nokia somewhere. If I can't find my chart, I don't think I'm gonna do it right now. Check one more. Yeah, I can't find my chart for Nokia right now, so I'm not gonna go too in depth with it, but it has been also within an accumulation dip buying territory for some time. I didn't like it so much at these prices. I liked it below $5. Anything below $5 is going to be the long-term entry on Nokia. Let's call it $4.50. I'd like to be a little tighter with that area. You know what, I'm gonna call it $4.30. So this is our buy box on Nokia, and it is holding strong currently. If it can see a push up here outside of this buy box, it's looking good. Nokia. BlackBerry's kind of similar, so I'm not necessarily charting these out every day, but as there's bigger developments here, I will keep you informed. You didn't miss PLTR, I was kind of saving it for last. So we did sundial, or I don't think I did pull up sundial actually. I need to recap that because it looks a lot like NAKD. Right. The gold buy box. So yeah, as long as it holds up here, guys. A close above the dollar psychological resistance is gonna be nice. The real support down here, moving average, is gonna be just underneath $1. So it could come down slightly lower still and be bullish. 95 cents support on sundial. Cool. Palantir. I know I have a chart of this as well. Apologies about that. There it is. We have so many charts now we're keeping up with. It's hard to keep track of all the different patterns that we've drawn. But here's the PLTR chart from last week. Thanks for the suggestion, Ead. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna have time to start charting anything else today from scratch. I'll make a note of that for you. On the next stream, perhaps we'll have some time to cover that on Friday. Yeah, this is our so G Wild, our PLTR chart is well in effect here. These patterns appear valid. It's going according to plan. This is the long-term support. It appears very bullish right now. It is on top of its buy box here. Unlike sundial, which is holding just on top, this is actually extending beyond the buy box already. So this appears pretty bullish right now. I'll cover I'll take another look at CTRM, Angel. Don't worry. So I haven't moved any of these lines. I haven't drawn a single thing on this chart since last week, or whenever that we last covered it, maybe even 2 weeks ago, and it's working out in the bullish direction. So far so good on PLTR trade here. Looking at this from an entry perspective for higher targets, but there is a lot of downside risk here as well. Keep that on your mind when entering. I probably wouldn't want to enter too heavily here. You might not want to go all in per se. Because there is a little bit of downside potential, just like all these other charts that we pulled up today. They all have a similar risk here of slight downside. It's substantial. We're talking 15 to 20%, but compared to the bullish targets, which are 50% and almost 90% to the green side, it's a relatively decent entry, especially compared to up here where most other people bought last month. You could feel a lot more comfortable about an entry down here than up here. So that is another one that we're watching that has finally returned to a more attractive entry level. We didn't like it up here. We like it a lot more down here. And now there's been a lot of talk about CTRM. I understand it took a big dip today. I realize why people are anxious about it, so let's calm your anxiety a little bit here with CTRM. There you go, Lucas. That's a great strategy. He took some profits from PLTR and put them into RIDE because the risk reward made more sense for his portfolio. I applaud that. Well done. You're welcome, Andrew. Thanks for your support. MVIS, huh? We may have to pull that up just for a minute because that's been going nuts the other day. It had a 50% pump last week, and a lot of the members are keeping up with that, so I think I may take a quick peek at that as well. But for CTRM, for any holders out there, first of all, for anyone looking to enter, this is a hell of an entry. Imagine for a second it were to bounce from here and return to the local high. We're talking over 200%, 230% target on CTRM. Just an estimate, like so. So that's a pretty nice entry even from here, even if it were to go lower. Let's say it were to go lower and you're still bullish on it and entered from 40 cents, that's going to be a 400% profit potential on that short-term target. So I wouldn't be too bearish about CTRM, guys, just overall. We're long-term bullish on it. This is the 1 hour RSI and it's extremely oversold here. The last time it was that oversold was in October 2020. Literally. No exaggeration. It's literally the last time it was that low on the RSI was in October. So it very rarely even gets as oversold as it currently is right here, right now. And I would anticipate a return bullishly heading back up into overbought territory going forwards now that it has reached that low on the RSI. So there's not a whole lot room lower on the short-term RSI for that right now. It would probably have to reset and return back here before another push downwards, according to the indicators. It's also very oversold on the higher time frames for the RSI, so the 4 hours also pretty oversold. The daily is becoming oversold. It's not as low as it could go, so it might not be done yet entirely, but it is approaching some sort of bottom support area finally on CTRM. It's been a long time coming. So from the long-term perspective, even if it were to dip more, the indicators are bullish, and the long-term chart is bullish as well on CTRM. Moving averages are curving up for the first time in years. It's a strong breakout confirmation. Perhaps all it's doing now is retesting the breakout, right? So it broke out, retest, continuation. That's the bigger picture for CTRM here. These small moves aren't going to be very relevant once it does some more time passes going forward. These are the type of opportunities that in retrospect, so when you first see something like this happen, you might feel hesitant to enter on a strong downtrend. But these are the type of opportunities today in the market today, Monday, April 5th. These are the rare opportunities that once the price does return past there, let's say next week it comes back up here. These are the ones that you regret not entering on later on. This might be a one and done opportunity right here. Meaning it's, yeah, the price is there currently, but once it pushes higher, I don't really think it's gonna drop lower than that thereafter. So this very well could be a bottom on CTRM. Hope that helps for the CTRM holders. I will absolutely continue to chart these other picks throughout the week here. I think it's about time I start summarizing our AMC and GME charts. We're gonna wrap things up here in the next 15 minutes. I appreciate everyone again for tuning in today. It's been a lot of fun. So let's wrap up our technical analysis. Got some other video content to make today and Discord stuff to take care of, so not gonna be a marathon today, but I hope you enjoyed the show. AMC is looking great. It's gonna be hard to stop streaming if this keeps pushing up, but you're well aware of by now, if you've been watching this morning, last week, you're well aware of where we're at in the cycle. You know this is looking bullish. The whole week is turning bullish because of the price action today. So this looks great going forward until later this week and next week and the end of the month of April going forward. That's what today does for us. It helps us feel comfortable in our bullish thesis. It's still not time to be making trades from a swing trading perspective, I'm still not concerned with these small choppy moves. I am aiming for much higher targets here on AMC. I'm not even thinking about selling until we see $20. I may take a little off the table around there depending on what's going on at the time, but that's the real first target for swing trade. The next target is going to be up around $30 here. So feeling good about the bullish continuation today. This is looking like a real recovery here. Especially if the day can close up above $10.50. That's our short-term resistance and support area. Let's call it 1065. I feel more comfortable with 1065. I would like to see it close above that level today, 1065. That doesn't mean tomorrow it might not open down thereafter before continuing higher, so it's still pretty choppy right now. Yeah, it's climbing higher, but we've seen some profit taking a couple times throughout the day, so even if it pushes higher soon here, remember that this next area up around 1250, 13 bucks, we're probably gonna see some more profit taking around there. So there's gonna be some chop up and down all around this area. It's probably not gonna be quite as smooth of a ride up as it was this morning. So when in doubt, zoom out. Even if we see some selling off out here, the bigger pattern still very much in play, intact here. Gosh, look at GME. It's sold off more and more throughout the morning. This resistance is really holding up. It's a very strong rejection from there currently. That's what it's getting pushed down from, is this one line at $195. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you're approaching this trade, it continues to be bearish on GameStop today, even with a small pump in the morning. Remember, it opened down, so this candle appears green, but it's actually lower on the day. It's down 5%, even though this is a green candle. Don't be fooled by these false signals. That's a tough one, Chris. Probably CTRM is a better entry than NAKD right now, just speculatively, because it's down 20% on the day. It's pretty rare when you get a chance to enter something on a 20% dip in one day, so if you were wanting to accumulate more CTRM, now's the time to be doing it for sure. Thanks for the info, Powderhound. It's our official moderator, posting links in the chat. So until we've been bearish on GME ever since this wick right here at $325 came through. That was literally the day, the moment I called this downside coming through. And since then, that's all that's happened. I'm gonna keep saying it until it changes. I know it's a little repetitious, but literally it's been trending down since this buy box and nothing has changed yet. So until something changes here, like so, we really need a real confirmation of a trend change to start feeling more bullish about GME. And it's hard to say when exactly that might occur. It could be all the way down here at the end of this giant wedge. Now, what's interesting, if you make this wedge as conservatively as possible, and I put it at the very, very top of the wicks here, probably even raise it a little bit higher than that, like so. So now that matches perfectly with those wicks. Well, check this out. You can't make this stuff up. Look where the end of this triangle is. This giant magic wedge is exactly at the earnings date. The next earnings date for GameStop coming up May 27th. In the past couple cycles, we've seen some buying pressure heading into the earnings reports. Perhaps our breakout will come closer to that date and see some buying pressure step up leading into the earnings report, which matches up very nicely with this greater pattern at play down in the buy box area going forward. So patience is key here with GameStop. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm waiting for to see if it does indeed return down here from this level, from this resistance rejection. Until it pushes above these moving averages and other resistances at about $210, roughly speaking, there will be no developments on this chart. I will continue to be bearish on GameStop until it breaks above this gigantic wedge. Cool, that's GameStop. And lastly, AMC. It's at a really critical point right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and fill you in on the bullish and the bearish scenario here, just in case one or the other happens while I'm offline. I'm gonna be ending the stream in a few minutes here. Get those last minute questions out if you have them. I'm still reading the chat. You're welcome, Sharon and Tan. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Had a lot of fun today, as always. So, the tricky thing about AMC is it's currently putting in a couple bearish signals here on the day trading chart. It's underneath this moving average. It's been putting in lower highs. So it's currently looking somewhat bearish. This could even be a bull flag in the making. So it's a little tough to say right now. It's a little early still. But that's kind of what we're looking at right now, is a potential dip down to about $10.40 maybe around. Let's call it, let's just be conservative, and to be really conservative, it could dip a lot lower than that, so just be aware of that. If you're trying to enter up here, it's still kind of risky. Going into later in the day, we could see some more profit taking from that big breakout this morning, so it's a little tricky right now. Lots of false signals up and down. This is something you're gonna have to watch throughout the rest of the day if you're trying to make a big move on it. But with that being said, what we're looking at here is a possible correction dip down to either $10.40 or $9.40. One or the other. Those are the big support areas if it does correct down there. I'm expecting to see some sort of bounce from these moving averages if that's the case. So that's the bearish case on the intraday. Even if that occurs, it's still bullish midterm after this breakout today. So remember that our target for the close on the daily candle is going to be about $10.40. It's this big blue horizontal line right here. This is where we want to see the candle close the day. I'm gonna keep watching for another couple minutes here just in case we do see a little breakout, but that's the bearish case. So even if it does correct down there, we should find a lot of support down at 1050 again, 950 area, followed by a push higher to the next target area. It's going to be about 1250, and then the real target right now is going to be up here at about $14, potentially $15. This section, that's where I'm expecting this breakout to push up to, about as high as there. This is the old sell box from forever ago. The old gap target, I mean, that's coming back from this gap target way back here. It's this whole range right now up here. That's the next target, $14 roughly speaking. The real target, $16 for midterm. The real target on our swing trades, $20 up here at the last local high. And the real target is gonna be 35 at our old all-time high. Which will require further analysis from that point onwards. And that's gonna do it for our show today. Thanks again, everybody. That was awesome. Great day for AMC today. A lot of support in the chat. Really appreciate that. It's looking good. I'm feeling good about this move today. So I'll be checking in with the daily close later, talking about it on Discord with our members. But that'll do it for now. So I hope you have a great rest of your day. And thanks again, everybody. Happy trading. Until next time. Take care, everybody.